So, happy Tuesday, everybody. It just occurred to me that I rebuilt this, but then I didn't put lights back around it, so it's very dark. I should put lights back around it. But other than that, happy Thursday. Today, or actually, let's first talk about what we did on Tuesday, because what we did on Tuesday was we did get High Science 2 theoretically running, which is to say that we have a Pi Science 2 factory up here. And we have all of the prereqs, and we have made a few Pi Science 2 science packs. We can see them sitting around on this belt. If we check here, we can see that we're missing a couple of inputs. In fact, they're actually the same input because Paragen makes Sarkarus as a side product. That looks like it's currently blocked on cytostatics. Cytostatics are blocked on plasmids. Plasmids have been a consistent problem. Anyway, we have stuff that's broken. So what we need to be doing is basically going through for each of our science packs, figuring out what's our limiting factor, what's stopping it from running correctly, and then fixing it. So today's going to be mostly a bug fixing day. Just trying to actually get Science 2 going where we want. So let's start, I guess, with that plasmids thing, because I didn't actually know what was broken here, but plasmids I thought should have been working at this point. So let's find plasmids. Plasmids have petri dishes. They have no Zogna. Okay. And Zogna is... I thought I had plenty of Zogna. Zogna's running. Zogna is sitting at 30k. Sorry, 30k for tank. Over almost 200k of Zogna. Did I break something? Wait. What? Oh, of course. I'm an idiot. I hooked up the output of this so that we wouldn't try to make primers beyond a certain point, so we wouldn't, like, fill this whole buffer full of primers. And when I did that, I bridged these two sections together. You can see I had originally had this kind of bop, and this was to make sure that we would drain this tank before we started pulling from this one. So I can fix this, is what I'm saying, by just getting rid of that second tank and getting rid of the circuit condition on the pump, because we no longer need that. The tank has been drained. Was an issue with a misconfigured station where we had a train blocked trying to empty itself into a full tank, and I fixed that by adding the second tank. We don't need any of that anymore. There we go, that's what I want. And then get rid of that circuit condition, and now we're going to start pumping Zogna in. And that should turn all of these guys on for realsies. There we go. Alright, so that's primers, or not primers, plasmids fixed. Which right now is the limiting factor for these science packs, but that's only because I hand-delivered good alien samples. Good alien samples are still broken, I know that. These guys are waiting on primers, yeah. Also, why is there fluorospalanin in here? There's no native flora at all in any of this build. Interesting. Not sure what's going on there, but primers are blocked. They're waiting on petri dishes. Petri dishes have been an issue. We did spend a little bit of time last episode on Tuesday trying to improve our glass. It is improved, but as you can see, we're still having like liquid fuel bandwidth issues across the whole base. I think we're catching up on liquid fuel usage, and we're going to be in a better place. Soon. Hopefully very soon. But it is just going to take a little bit of time for our liquid fuel situation to... Wait, am I an idiot? I am an idiot. I built this to double... I didn't realize this was already a full belt of this, and this needs to now be 2 belts. Ugh. Okay. We gotta go fix this then. So, that, like I said, this is going to be today. Today is going to be going through, finding bottlenecks, finding mistakes, and just getting science actually running smoothly. Alright, so how do I want to do this? This is now 2... Well, really, I should switch out for the same kind of station that I've got down here, which is going to push everything over by, like, 2. Which, yeah, we can do that. If we just take everything here... I'm actually going to push it back by more than 2. We're going to push it back by a lot. And then... we can clear all of this. Whoops. Then down here, we can grab this part. Connect it there. All right, so that should now be a stacked belt coming through, which should let this load significantly faster. I don't know if our quartz mine can keep up with 2 belts a second. We'll have to figure that out. All right, so that'll improve our glass throughput a little bit, at least in the short term. Cool, we got a fuel delivery. That's good to see. And we do have 1 spare load of fuel sitting around in the base, which will probably actually get delivered here momentarily, unless something else claims it first. And something else might have claimed it first. Oh, nope, we got the train. Cool. I really thought fuel for alloys was going to be my limiting factor. It has really been fuel for glass. To an absolutely shocking degree. Alright, these are all going to turn themselves back on. That's fine. What have I got here? Powdered quartz versus crushed quartz. What do you want? You want the powdered. Crushed. Regular quartz all went in here. Why is there a gap in this belt? Oh, you have stone in you still. Okay. Cool. That looks good to me. These are all running, which means we're going to have more molten glass for all of these machines to try to run and catch up on filling up their buffers. We still have a lot of buffering to do for both the optical sets and the glassware, so that's just going to take a while. And petri dishes, of course. Why are you red? Ingredient shortage? Yeah. Yep. So we still can't run, even with this doubled, we can't run everything all at once, which doesn't surprise me. What also does not surprise me is this. Let's go... Where's our quartz mine? This one? Yeah, this one. Alright, so 1, we'll set this to 2 train limit so that we can have more guys coming through. Each of these does 1.4 a second, and we have how many of them? 14. Alright, so that's only making like 20 ore a second, so we do want to get a few more of these. This says we need 22, well, 21 and a half, according to my calculator. How many did I say we have? 14. So we need like 8 more. And that would get us up to 2 full belts a second here. We probably also want to switch this station out for one that uses orange inserters. So let's see if we can get the crystal mines. What do we need for these? We need a bunch of iron. I have iron like right here, don't I? Yeah, literally right here. Okay. Well, never mind. Stop. Let's go. Let's go up to the mall. We might actually already have crystal mines available, so let's just... We'll see if they're already available. And if they are, then we don't have to make them. If they're not, then we will make them. And then, of course, fixing these bottlenecks is going to mean glass is going to be even more fuel hungry. Don't know what to do about that. We do already have these, and they're on the way. Excellent. The bots have lots of other stuff to bring me to, so that's fine. Interestingly, we don't have iron niobium alloy plates because... Why am I out of niobium? I fixed this. Nitrogen? Did I break my nitrogen pipe? Tell me I'm not that stupid. No, it's backed up on oxygen. Oh my goodness, yeah. 'Cause this... But we prioritize this, right? Think? Over the iron that comes in from... Yeah, we should be prioritizing this. Except it doesn't have hot air. And we don't have hot air because this is all stopped. And this is all stopped because... What are we backed up on? Tar? Saline water. Which presently goes this way over to these guys making sodium hydroxide, which we don't need anymore because I no longer make science in the belt base. Okay. So I broke my niobium. We're gonna have to... I knew I would have to migrate niobium onto the rail base at some point and do a real niobium build. The time has come. Unfortunately. Like, in the short term, can I fix this a little bit? Yes, but it's going to be very, very short term, and I'm going to hate myself for it. But... there we go. That should unblock nitrogen production. There we go. And get niobium rolling. Beautiful. Well, I don't know about beautiful, but... Alright, let's go get quartz running. And... I knew that the belt base would get unstable when I started making changes to it, but I didn't really expect it to fall over that quickly. Alright, so that'll get 2 full belts coming through here. And then I actually want to disconnect this for now. And we're going to swap this over to orange inserters. But I'm going to let this drain a little bit more into these oncoming trains before I do that switch. And then as far as an orange inserter loading, I think we've got... I mean, this is massive overkill, but it'll do. Let's grab here. Yeah, this is just constantly sending trains through, which I knew it would. 30 a second is a lot of quartz. So we are going to want to get this switched over to the orange inserters for sure. And I think this will probably be the last train that can get dispatched for this. All right, we're missing a few orange inserters because Niobium is broken. But otherwise... Oh, actually, I think 3 of these can do... On pickup? Yeah, 3 of them seems to be handling it fine. So maybe we just do that. Because, yeah, these are all going to output stacked. And what we should see is as this drains, we end up with, like, exactly a full belt at the bottom, and all of these running full-time, except the last 2 are running, like, most of the time. Yep, that's what it looks like to me. Cool. Ooh, interesting. Some of these are not coming through consistently 16. Oh, maybe now it is. No? Yeah, that's interesting. So we might need a couple more machines for whatever reason. Yeah, every once in a while, it misses an output. Interesting. I wonder if that has something to do with the way the mining productivity is working? Not sure. Okay, but I'm going to want to get basically just 2 more of these right at the edge here. That should be enough to get the job done. But this is close enough to 30 a second right now, I think. Interesting that there's now no trains with this. Oh, I need to actually connect it back up, don't I? Is it connected? It's not connected. That connects to... Ah, I see the issue. There we go. There. Now we should get 2 trains dispatched pretty quickly to come pick up from here. Because I'm going to assume glass right now is stalled on quartz. Yes. And then this is the other one we're going to have to work on, is this station. I don't think this can keep up with that. I think this only does, like, 1 belt or something of pure sand. So we're going to have to expand our pure sand production, which is basically, like, doubling this. We might be able to do it in place. That is, like, put another copy of all of this stuff, like, right over next to it, and then go from there and get it all hooked up. Not sure for sure, though. Certainly on the byproducts, I think we can do that. I'm not sure if we can handle enough additional throughput here. I'm not sure exactly what our limiting factor on this whole loop is, or what this math's out to actually doing. I'd have to double check in YAFC what this build even is. But I think it's like 20 a second or something like that. So it's a little more than 15, but not actually enough to feed this consistently. But hopefully quartz is no longer going to be our limiting factor for glass. I think I'm going to call that okay for now. It is at least managed as far as... Like, I don't think there's a lot more that I can do to improve glass production. Fuels are sitting... not looking great, and there's no fuels available, despite me interrupting it. So this is where I come in and I'm like, does everything look like it's running? It does look like it's running. We're pulling... this stopped. Look at that. You could see where this wasn't making coke. Was it stopped on tar? It may have been stopped on tar, which is an interesting thing to be limited by. I can increase my tar production if I have to, but... oh yeah, this isn't running. If this isn't running, that means that we're, like, not making enough coal. Oh. Okay, we gotta fix that, obviously. Because that's going to cause more than just backup of my liquid fuel if I'm not making tar. It's also going to mean that we're not going to have trains very soon if we're not making coal. So we have to deal with coal dust. I don't think there's anything we can do but void it. So we're going to void it. Let's go over to... Where's that station? Down there. Alright, we need to change this so that it can void when coal dust overflows. Got some stuff set up for that somewhere that I can copy and paste. There we go. Except instead of jerky, it's coal dust. And I do need that combinator, please. All right. What am I missing? Oh, I'm missing the input for the coal dust measurement. There we go. All right. So that turns on a coal dust void station, which is what I want. So now I just need to set up the actual coal dust void. Let's pop into YAFC real quick and get that figured out. So if we're bringing in coal dust at a belt a second, and we are literally just going to burn it away. Goes into steam boiling. Okay, 6 boilers. I'll just do 6 boilers, actually. And then the steam, cooling tower. Void the water. Put water as a water pump. And then we will have just as much ash that we need to take care of, but we already have things that use ash on base, so I'm not as concerned about that. Okay. So this is easy. This is just a cooling tower and an outfall and a few boilers. And, oh, and I have an outfall. Excellent. Okay. So, I don't really want to do it here, because this is already a pretty busy area. And I don't necessarily want more congestion here. It is just one in and one out on the station, right? We bring in coal dust and we output ash. So it can go kind of anywhere. I've got some spare space. I don't know why I built this so long. That's silly. Right here. Straight line, and hopefully... well... Darn. Not here. All right, where do I want to do this then? That is a spot where I have a little bit of free space. I guess I could go, like, up here. I don't think I'm ever going to use this zinc patch. So, like... be, like, here. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, and then how do we want to do this? We're going to have a drop-off station here. This is going to spit out a belt. Of the coal dust. We're gonna have 6 buildings coming out. Yeah, this is just over 1 blue inserter per building, unfortunately. So I think I can get away with 2 of these guys, hopefully. You know what I could do instead, though? I could just build 2 more. And then we could just use blue inserter. All right. And then outputs. Okay. So all of that goes into our cooling tower, which is going to output water. And I need to find a spot where I can fit the outfall. It's always the most exciting part of one of these builds. Finding an outfall. Sorry, I got distracted with train signals. Outfall. Here. Here. All right. You, there. All right. Power that. Power the station, which is not A, it's a void, so it's on network V. And then input is it wants coal dust. And it can request a whole thingy of it. But because it is a void, it's still low priority. There we go. And then I should double check at the coal dust source that I have my thresholds set correctly for this to be voided. 12,000, and this is set to above 10,000. Yeah, so if it gets above here, if it starts to fill the last 2 rows, it tries to void it. Yep, that's fine. That is what we want. Power, those will get fuel when the time comes. So I think all that's left is the output of this now. Solid pickup. And then because this is a void station, we want this to actually be a high priority station. All right, that should pretty much be it. There should be a train dispatched already, yes. Which means that it will start to unblock production of It'll be unblocking the production of coal now. Sort of, slowly. But this should still be void enabled, and it should dispatch another train as soon as it can. Yes. All right. That is one bottleneck fixed. Of many, I'm sure. How's glass doing, by the way? Ooh. Badly. What did I do? Oh, same mistake I made at the pickup. I didn't reconnect. And all this is stopped because it doesn't have fuel? Yeah. Alright, well, as soon as this gets a load of fuel, it should be able to finish emptying this train. I'm not going to worry too much about that right now. Yeah, fuel is the issue. And this is stopped because it must have just gotten a load of tar. Maybe. Waiting still for anthracene to overflow. Ah, okay. So this is still buffering its anthracene output, so this station still hasn't turned on to, like, its full capacity, right? Like, creosote needs to back up before we'll get extra aromatics from creosote processing. Naphthalene hasn't backed up yet. Anthracene is just on the cusp of backing up. So as those things start to happen, this will be outputting more and more fuel rather than the intermediate products. I probably didn't need to have these buffers for the intermediate products on this station. We make plenty of it over here. But I literally just copied and pasted this one over to this one. They're identical, so that's why it's doing that. So yeah, that's going to help a lot as these things do finally start to overflow. And then here is still waiting for coal. It might take a while for this to get coal, depending on how long coal has been stopped, because we do have... Yikes! Yeah. The rails need to be able to fill up their coal providers. This one is still mostly full, thankfully. So that's going to use all of our coal for a little while as this buffer refills. Because these stations have priority 99. I want to make sure that the rails always have fuel, right? So until the rails get themselves back up to full capacity, we're not going to be delivering coal to make tar. All right. It's backups like that that really ripple through the whole base, right? It's good to see this running again. This should have another train on the way. It does. It's right here. Cool. So the coal dust backup is fixed at least. But yeah, there's going to be trains coming through here kind of constantly. And that means that this is certainly still broken, right? Yeah. And this has also stopped as expected because we're not making enough petri dishes because, well, right now because we're out of fuel. Okay, we did get a train dispatched, going to get fuel for glass at least. That's good. Whoops. I'm trying to think of what else I can, like, fix in the immediate sense versus what we kind of just have to wait for. You know, coal is going to come back online. It's going to take a few more deliveries here before this is full. This does request... It wants the whole thing full of coal. We buffer quite a bit at the rails, just to make sure that our trains do not go offline. As soon as this is done, we should start to get deliveries back to coal liquefaction over here. This looks like... Oh, it did get a delivery, which is interesting. And has immediately used it all up. So... All right, there we go. Anthracene is starting to overflow to gasoline processing at this station now. So that will improve our gasoline production by quite a bit on this side. That might be an actual major improvement to our, like, overall fuel production. Having that tar processing finally, like, turned on all the way. Are these full yet? Not yet, but close. Niobium's broken for another reason. Oh! It's broken for the same reason. We're not making... I didn't realize that I was pulling in... No, this is down here. Where do I pull the chlorine for? Inventory is... Oh, there we go. What was I saying? Chlorine is this empty pipe here. Or hydrogen chloride, actually. Yep, this guy. And this guy's not getting chlorine because we're not making sodium hydroxide. And we're not making sodium hydroxide because we're no longer making science here. Okay. Yep. So that's what we need to work on, or what we can work on while we're waiting for other things to kind of bring themselves to life again, is niobium. Niobium plate, which comes from niobium oxide, which comes from niobium complex, which comes from the concentrate, which comes from the dust, which comes from the powder, which comes from the ore. Okay. So that's all fine. Salt we get from saline water, because we ship saline water around the base. Hydrogen chloride, I don't know if I have. I think we need to make this on site, but we do have chlorine and hydrogen on rails. That's fine. Organic solvent, nitrogen. We do make drill heads. We do make lamps. Refined syngas, I don't think we're making. So, what are our options? Filter syngas with activated carbon. Okay, and this will also help with our coal dust issues. There's also from methanol canisters. Let's do this one. All right. So yeah, we're going to have this refined syngas plant that we're going to have to make. And then we'll also have the actual niobium. I wonder if I should just do a hydrogen chloride plant centrally that can make, like, I don't know, 200 a second or something. Probably not worth it. All right. So this would be the... That's a lot of niobium mines, too. Maybe we have this for now. And that would also mean this refined syngas build can be smaller. So I'm sure this would get bottlenecked by something. So yeah, maybe we do this at half scale. Because that still makes a lot of niobium. Yeah, 13 1/3. We do... Sorry, I'm trying to figure out my math here. 7.5 times... There we go. So 22.5 in to 20 out. Oh, that's an awful ratio. There's no way to clean that up. 4.5 in. There we go, to 4 out. That's almost a reasonable build. And still significantly larger than our current niobium production. That's only 10 mines, which is much more manageable. So this might be the scale we want to build at then. Yeah, and that has refined syngas at, like, a reasonable state. Let's clear that, and let's just set this to 1. We're going to make 1 machine making refined syngas, and we'll scale everything else off of that. Actually, if I then set this to 1, say, allow overproduction here. .333. All right. Well, that's funny. If you want to ratio your refined syngas production, it's 25 filters to 5 high-pressure furnaces. That is too much refined syngas. at least for the short term. I don't know what else I might use it for. You can turn it to acid gas. You turn it to petroleum gas. Yeah. No. We're not doing that. Yeah, two filters will run everything else at not quite without needing to duplicate any of the other buildings. We can do 2 filters. So that's not an awful scale, I guess, and that gives us 35 a second refined syngas. So then we go up to 2 machines doing HCl, 2 classifiers, 17 niobium mines. I think this is fine. I think this is the scale that we can go for. It's not perfect, but I think it will. I think it'll get the job done. All right. Twitch is telling me that it is ad o'clock, so I'm going to let Twitch go ahead and run its ad break. When we come back from the ad break, we will grab the buildings we need for this, and then we can go ahead and get Niobium on rails built and migrate them all from broken Niobium to new Niobium. See everybody shortly. Okay. Hello, hello. Welcome back from the ad break. Thanks for sticking around. I appreciate it. Train is stuck. Train is stuck. Why is this train stuck? Because it has what? There's guts in my jerky. Did I mess something up here? It seems like no. Maybe when I was adjusting this build, I somehow got some guts in the wrong place. All right. We're gonna have to go down there and fix that. We'll do that before we do anything else. Actually, you know what? No. We're here. We're at the mall. Let's grab the buildings that we need for this build. Even before we do that, well, let's see. We'll do this first. Entity, shopping list, export to blueprint, quester chest. And then in the game, import the blueprint, paste it. And this is going to be called Niobium. Pick up the chest before the bots bring anything to it, and we will add a new section for that Niobium group. Now, what I also want to do is before the bots bring me stuff, let's disable that. Down here, where we're doing the Niobium, we can actually pick up a bunch of these buildings, because we're not going to need them here anymore. All right. And with all that done, now we can turn the group on, and the bots will bring me everything we need. We'll do 20 of these, because it's a nice round number. So we need to make 16 more Niobium mines, which aren't currently in the Logi Mall. But yeah, okay, everything we need for that will get done just fine. So we don't necessarily need to wait for the bots to do that. We also don't make filters. Interesting. All right. And do we have everything for filters? We do. It's interesting that we didn't get... We must be pumping in the refined syngas from somewhere. Yes, I was pumping in the refined syngas from somewhere. Where do I make that? Obviously, this is all old belt-based stuff, so I don't really care. Oh, it's down here. All right. I could... I could claim this one, but I don't think I need to. I'll just let the bots get it built. Well, actually, I might just make them myself. Stop. What do I need for the filters? I need steam engines and small parts. Okay. The usual suspects. And then for the niobium mines, I need, mechanical parts, electric mining drills, and soil extractors. Electric mining drills, I think I do make soil extractors, yes. The mechanical parts. Alright, well, that's half the niobium drills that we need. We'll grab the rest later. Let's head down and let's fix that stuck train. And then we will need to find a spot to do niobium mining where we can load it onto rails. We'll need to find a spot to do syngas refining. And we'll need to find a spot to do the actual niobium processing. All right, down here somewhere, we've got a jerky train with guts in it. There we go. Crisis averted. Alright, as far as the niobium mine, where do we have niobium ore available? We have there, but we've built on top of it. We've built on top of all of this. Oh, this one isn't really built on top of yet. So I could do a station like here to get the niobium ore. Oh, and the thing I wanted to check, do we make activated carbon on its own? Or only as part of making filters? We make it on its own. Okay. So we do have activated carbon available on rails. That is good. Oh, this is the same jerky train. I unstuck it, but the CyberSyn doesn't know that. It just knows that the train is still out and about when it should have gone back to the depot by now. Okay. So I think we can do our niobium mine right up here. We'll just put a station, you know, wherever is the appropriate place for a station around here. And we can get into that patch. So let's go do that. We'll get that built. That's the one that has the biggest space restriction because it actually has to be near the niobium ore, right? And then the refined syngas and the niobium processing both can happen sort of wherever. Oh, and since we already make the activated charcoal, my blueprint in YAFC had assumed that I was doing that on site next to the refined syngas, but since we just have to do the refined syngas, that'll end up being a much smaller build. Oof, that's where that fits, huh? What if we go up instead? That fits there. Okay. And that is where it shall go. Yeah, I think that's fine. These spaces are all big enough. This this depot that I copied and pasted and just kind of threw over here is a little funky, but oh, Screw you, game. All right. All right. So, belts out. Belts out. That's fine. Input is going to be... Well, I guess no. It's fine. Just have to... Yeah, because these ones have to come all the way there. There. And there. Okay. This tin patch is legacy belt-based stuff, so I'm not worried about having it run fully all the time. Do, however... need to fix some of this. There we go. All right. So down here, what is this? This looks like it's just random leftovers in the middle of nowhere. Okay. Possibly something that got copied and pasted along with the depot. Let's do a solid pickup. Actually do it up at this end. All right, there's our niobium ore out. And then on this side, with a fluid drop-off, oh, I don't have a station. That's bad. All right, fluid drop-off. We don't have to do anything special with this one. We're going to request refined syngas. Which can't be delivered yet, but that's okay. And then output will just come right down here. There we go. And that is all hooked up and ready to go. Wait, these need... Oh, these also need drill heads. I forgot these needed drill heads. Shoot. Okay. We're gonna have to make some adjustments. That's okay. We'll get it figured out. All of this needs to come up and out of our way then. This needs to all go away. Because I need space here for more stations. Because I need to drop off the drill heads. So if I do like that... We're going to do this a little funky. But... yeah, with a right angle there, I can grab this whole station... move it back to like here. And then have a solid drop off here for the drill heads. All right. All right. This is going to request drill heads, which I am making somewhere, I hope. How about 30 stacks, not 30 items? All right, that does mean that I need to change this whole layout because this is not going to work. All right, we do still want to do this. Probably like this. Except instead of just being one tile away for pipe space, they need to be 3 tiles away. Okay. Actually, let's even go one further over. Two, 3, 4. There. All right, and then we'll have... And this is a little silly to do, but it just simplifies the overall design a little bit. Here we go. If we just kind of have the zigzag of... Yeah, and this is just such a small quantity of drill heads, it's not even really worth messing with, but... Go there. 2... 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Now we need to get the fuel in. And this is where it's funky because these aren't quite the same on both sides, but... All right, and a few more of those through. Okay. Yeah, that should do. And then we'll have an output here. Output here. I could move this belt so it's routed a little less badly, but I just don't care. Do I not make drill heads? I thought I made drill heads. I make drill heads on site for the phosphate mine? Brandon, what's wrong with you? All right. This can make a lot of drill heads a second, and this will use very few of them. So I think I could just make a drill head pickup station here. Do I also make... Yeah, this is drill heads. This was the drill heads for the niobium. That's belt-based shenanigans. And then I also make drill heads here for coal, but again, I'm making them on... Why am I making them on site? Why am I like this? I really should have centralized this a long time ago. Okay. So I think we'll centralize it up here because I think it's easy enough to change this one to swing around to another pickup station just right here. I think that's the easiest place to do the changeover. And then that'll bring drill heads in here. We will still have to do refined syngas, which we're not making yet on rails, but that is an easy-ish change. And then this will be the actual pickup for the niobium, or when it's time to do that. All right, let's get drill heads onto rails. Fortunately, the build over here where the phosphate mine is easy enough to do what needs to be done. I'm actually going to double our production capacity here. Just because it's easy enough to do so. And I don't want to have to think about these things for a while. So... Alright, this is going to have to go up a little bit relative to that one. Just so that everything joins up correctly. Okay. That looks better. So let's get output here, looped around. This whole thing is so wonky because of this phosphate rock that was in the way. But you know what? It'll get the job done. It'll work. That's what matters. All right, so these guys between them should be able to put out like 2.5 of these a second, which should not take very long to accumulate a bunch of them. Over here, where we request them... Yeah, we just want one train load. That's fine. All right, let's get refined syngas going. And this is actually going to be a pretty small build because it is just a couple of these filters. There's nothing else to it, really. What about, like, right here? We got this little peninsula that's not really being used for anything. And it's hard to use for anything big. So I think this is a perfect spot for a small build. And we do have, I believe, plenty of syngas on rails, I hope. If we haven't been turning all of our coal gas into aluminum at any rate. So we should be able to just do fluid drop-off station. This will request regular syngas. Tank full of it. That gets pumped out. We also need... Oh, we need a little more space. I'm an idiot. I forgot to account for... Yeah, we have two inputs. We have a solid input and a fluid input here, and I only accounted for one of them. That's fine. We're going to end up building a bunch of rails on the water, but we don't have to fill in the rest of the landfill, so... Although I don't have landfill. Alright, let's go get some landfill. And... Well, actually, we can do... solid drop-off here. This one is going to request... activated carbon. And then... we grab the filters. And of course, that doesn't quite land where we want it to. Each of these uses just a quarter of an activated carbon per second. There we go. And you can't leave. That's fine. Welcome to the train stop, California. Okay. And then the output of this will be at a fluid pickup. Over here. And again, none of this is being built right because we don't have landfill, but that's okay. As soon as we come back with a bunch of landfill, it'll all get filled in. Alright, I think this is it. We only need 2 of these for how much, for how many niobium mines we've put down, but I'll just leave the blueprint here and we can double them when we need to. Otherwise, this is a pretty straightforward build. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I, like, screwed up with it, but I don't think so. I think it's hard to screw this one up. Alright. Let's head... Where am I? Let's head this way. Down into the base. Where the bots will do their best to collect things for me. What I really care about is down here. There we go. Hopefully, all we need to finish that build up there is just this landfill. And then after this, I think we should see niobium mining turn on as soon as this can turn on up here, this refined syngas build. All right, that was able to leave. Fantastic. This is now requesting the activated carbon, which it should be able to get soon. Down here, yeah, syngas in. These do have syngas in. They're just waiting for the carbon. All right, and this has had a train dispatched to it. Perfect. So I think this build is good. I don't really know how I could have possibly screwed it up, which probably means I did screw it up. But let's take a look at glass. We've been doing other stuff because we've been hoping that glass will solve itself. It does. Does it look better? Actually, kind of. Glassware got pretty full. We've made at least one delivery of Petri dishes. But it does seem like, as I suspected, pure sand is a bottleneck. So we are going to have to increase our pure sand processing. And that probably means we're going to have to increase our capability to void some of the byproducts of pure sand processing. The coarse fraction and that kind of stuff. But like with all of these running at once, we can keep up with all of these glass machines, which is fantastic. But it's just going to take a while. Did we get those Petri dishes to someplace useful? I don't know. Maybe. This is still trying? Yeah. This looks like it just ran out. And over here does have a few Petri dishes. Okay. So this may actually be able to run itself? I'm shocked. I'm actually shocked. Yeah, it actually ran. Didn't work, because there's a 30% failure chance on each of these. Cool, but they are running. It's going to take a long time to get... We just need one stack in here for the system to keep kind of ticking forward. But that is going to take a long time to accumulate. But that is a good sign to see this at least trying to run. It could definitely use more Petri dishes. And, like, I should actually set the request threshold for Petri dishes a little bit higher on this. Probably same with this one. This one's a little more balanced, actually. But over here, you can see we use 2 Petri dishes and 0.4 and 0.2 of the shells and the laboratory equipment. So I should set the Petri dish request higher and the Petri dish threshold higher. Let's just go do that now. Do I have a Cybersyn combinator? I do. Alright, so if we grab another combinator and put it here in station control mode, and then grab a constant combinator, and we're going to say we want the stack requirement of Petri dish to be like 10 stacks. And then our Petri dish request is 15 stacks. Everything else, the threshold is 1 stack, and the request is 2 stacks. So that should mean that this will get Petri dishes a little more often. How are these guys doing, by the way? Oh, we have many stacks of these backed up now. Cool. And these are all requested in just like a stack or 2 at a time. These are very small requests on Rails, so that this has finally like backed up this far is really good. That's a good sign. Yeah, Petri dishes are still a major limiting factor. The glass production is causing problems. Yeah, we're stalled again. It does seem like... Why are these trains just sitting here? When it says that it can't find trains, why do I have trains sitting around? They're full. Weird. What about on this side? How is this depot? Yeah, these ones just came in and they're refilling. That's fine. This one's waiting around, but it doesn't say that it needs trains anymore. Okay. Have we gotten... Hey, we have some refined syngas. Not enough to have gotten a... Oh, don't. Guess what we're doing? It's time for another power plant. Okay. So that's kind of a, like, we take this whole thing, and then if we paste this so that these two are, like, directly over themselves, we can build a third one. Do I still have, like, a power section, or did I delete that? Of course I deleted it. Okay. Let's see if we have this in YAFC. Biomass power. Here we go. This is, yeah, 3 fastwood forestries. This looks like it is a whole build. So let's export to a requester chest so we can get that re-imported. We're going to name you. Biomass power. We're actually going to request it twice because this is just like 1/2 of a biomass module for weird reasons. And then we also have to request the stuff that's over here, which is our 3 heat exchangers, 4 high-pressure turbines, and 2 10KL tanks. Three of these. 4 of these. And 2 of these. Okay. Let's head to base. It is not going to have anywhere near all of this stuff ready for us. But we'll gather what we can, and we can place some of it. There will be a couple of back and forths while we get all this accumulated. Is that the right turbine? That's probably the wrong turbine here. There we go. That's the one I want. And then these 10KL tanks we don't make, but I can make them. Clean out some of the old shopping list blueprints because I don't need them. Alright, the bots are actually doing a surprisingly good job finding a ton of these things. It's going to take them a little while. As soon as the bots slow down, I'll run up. We'll have my bots build whatever they can. Because, like, we're going to run out of, like, underground pipes almost certainly and other parts of this, right? So... But yeah, this is impressive how much is actually already built by my base. And then, yeah, the bots are going to be going crazy bringing stuff back up here. All right, let's start getting the build done. We'll head up to where the power plants are. Are you Decider combinator. Oh, and some overflow valves. Wow. All right, we expect... Ooh, I missed a pressure pump in my... Oh, I also am an idiot. Okay. I didn't even stop and think about the fact that once the bots started placing these things, my requests are no longer up to date. So we're just going to have to see what gets placed and how much is left over. What I'm actually going to do, I'm going to turn off one of these. And we're going to try to get just half of this built. Just one of the modules here. And then we'll end up requesting kind of everything we need for the second half when we go back down. And then whatever other stuff we need, right? Like I need a couple extra seaweed farms and an extra biomass power plant. So like 13 there. And where's the actual seaweed farm? 17, which means we want our seaweed request number to be like 170. Okay. Oop, and of course we've got this big copper monolith that's in my way, so we're gonna have to deal with that. Alright, we're out of belts. I expected to run out of belts. We ran out of belts last time too. Looks like we need one more high pressure furnace on this side. 2 more wood processing units. All of this built fine. All right. So this mostly was able to build fine. Do want to flip that switch there. Oh boy. Why are we fluctuating so badly? What? This stalled. How? Oh god. Well, certainly isn't helped by... Alright, what's broken here? Obviously nothing here has power, but... you have water. That's muddy sludge out. Muddy sludge here. Ash. There we go. Muddy sludge. Yeah, this whole plant stalled. I don't think I had realized that. And that might have been because of this. When I copied and pasted and I lined things up here, I would have like pasted over some of these pipes because they're not all in exactly the same place in both builds. But Yeah, this is going to have to stay hooked up to the main grid until it can start powering itself again. Which it should start doing soon. Oh, it is. It is powering itself again. All right, turn that off. If we check this... Yeah, that's good. Has this never properly powered itself? Did I build this power plant and it's just always been broken? And I don't actually need the second one at all? Oh, no, because I bridged these and then I broke them apart, so I lost the history for this sub-network, didn't I? It's a different network ID now. Alright. And we are making wood. Yep, we have logs coming through. I don't think this can stall at this point. I hope this can't stall at this point. Pressure pump needs to get added to this request. What else are we going to need? We need to figure out our water routing here. Oh, I have more of these than I thought I did. I was wrong. Okay. So -3 of the biomass power plants. We only need 10. We had one of those ball mills. Okay, but what we need to do is we need to figure out two things. One, we have water out here. This is water output, and we need to bring in water in, and this goes to this pipe. So, if I grab a water pump, yeah, we can't do that there. I think... Yeah, we can dump over here. So that'll be the outfall. Does need power. And then water input is a different issue. So we've got water here, but like each half of this really needs its own water in because it does use that much water. So I need to figure out, like, feeding this half isn't bad at all, right? I can grab a pump like here pretty much, and I don't love doing it there, but there we go. Now the question is, how do we feed the other module on the other side? Because there's no good water. And the other thing that we need to figure out is this stupid rock, which takes up so much space. Yeah, we're just going to have to move some things around to make room for this rock. That's just... because this is ridiculous how big this actually is compared to the size that it is. So yeah, like all of this basically goes. Actually, I'll clear this whole... Oh yeah, and we've got this other one up here for sulfur. So yeah, we'll bring in these two modules and we'll plop them down someplace else. Copy and paste those from elsewhere. But we will do that after the break. What I'm going to do is I'm going to head on down to... How is power going, by the way? Yeah, we're still... Okay, we're still bouncing off of our 3 gigawatts, so... We do still need to get this other module on. This seems like a problem that I need to deal with. We're not spoiling... I think I realized this the last time we looked at power. Okay, Twitch is telling me that it wants to run an ad, so I'm going to let Twitch run an ad break. While the ad break runs, I am just going to stand down here, and we're going to let the bots fill up my inventory as best they can. A lot of this stuff should be available now, although some of it will still be missing. Oh, like this now needs to be doubled because I took that whole section apart. Same with the soil extractors and the washers. We need to double here. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to let Twitch run an ad. I do run ads just once an hour, and I try not to do anything interesting when they're happening, so you don't miss anything. So like I said, I'm going to let the bots just fill up my inventory. I'm going to step away for a moment and get myself a little more water. I recommend everyone else do the same. Stretch your legs, get some water, take care of yourselves as a human being. And when we come back from the ad break, hopefully my inventory will be mostly full, and we can go finish getting this power plant done. I'll see y'all in just a few minutes. All right. Whoops, wrong button. That's what we want. Sorry about taking an extra moment to get back there. Okay. We're missing some of the biomass power plants. That's not a surprise. Those are expensive to build. I'm going to increase how many underground pipes we request. I'm not sure if the bots are going to be able to fulfill that right now, but it should at least... it'll help. I hope. I hope it'll help at any rate. Here, let's head down this way. Let me just grab them myself, is what I should have done in the first place, instead of putting more stress on my overloaded bots. There we go. Does look like it's just going to be, yeah, a few more of the power plants, and that just means that this thing won't be able to run at full capacity yet. Which isn't a surprise. Oh, I forgot to request more turbines. Okay, let's add a section for the things that we're still missing. And we'll delete this. We do need 2 high-pressure steel turbines. Turn off auto trash so I can hold on to my moss modules. Alright, this is a mess. Alright, we've got muddy sludge that needs to come in and water that needs to come in. This is water in here that goes down to, weirdly, this steam thing. Man, I did this stuff in a weird way. Is all of the water actually connected? No, there's a pump in this direction. So it can't all actually be connected. But how is the water on this side hooked up? We have water, 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 water. Okay. Okay. No. We're doing this. We're making this work. If I do that with 2 of these guys, and then I flip this pump on this side, I think that'll get us enough water for everything that needs to be run off of it. I think. I'm not 100% sure on that, but I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we're running out of power poles again. That's not a surprise. This doesn't like how long this is. Which I understand. This is a long pipe. Yep, okay. Let's just drop a pump in the middle of it then. That's fine. We still need an outfall, don't we? Add that to the requests. Okay. Now, moss. Just grab this. Oh, we're out of belts again. I kind of have to readjust where my moss and my... Yeah, that's moss there. Let's just bring this all over to, like, here. All right, we still need a bunch of moss modules. Somehow I messed that up. And also going to need to bring in, this is muddy sludge here. Right? This is muddy sludge? Yes, this is muddy sludge. Okay, so that would be the muddy sludge. And then that comes from this magical machine. Okay. And then water in right here. Okay. So, I need a bunch of belts, I need a bunch of undergrounds, I need a bunch of power poles, I need a bunch of moss before any of this will turn on. But I think the only special requests that we have left is these. We need 9 biomass power plants. I doubt we're going to have many of those available yet, but that's okay. I think otherwise we have everything. Somehow I ended up with some extra moss farms in my inventory. Yeah, there's 13 there. All right, don't need those. Don't need drill heads either, actually. Okay. Let's go back to the base. Let's collect all the stuff again. The usual dance. We'll see how much the bots can give us, and we'll, on the way, 1,500 belts. That's a good sign. On the way, only 170-something pipe to ground. That's less of a good sign. We're out of mechanical inserters, which is weird. How are those broken? What? I mean, fair, everything is still broken. But still. Alright, I need to, when I go up there, prioritize kind of whatever it takes to get at least one of those modules turned on. I think that will hopefully... even if we only get half of the power turned on, I think that will at least dig us out of the hole that we're in. All right, we're bringing on all of these pipes. As soon as we have a couple hundred of these, I'm going to go ahead and head up there. And we'll like I said, we'll prioritize getting the parts that we need built up. Pipes. Come on. All right, yeah, here's another big wave of bots bringing me stuff. Hopefully, this gets us up to, like I said, I just want to get up to, 200. Would be a good number. I don't know if it's enough still, but... Cool, we're over 200. All right, this is running. This is running. When we get up to this one... Yeah, they are both running. Output is full here, which concerns me. Muddy sludge isn't keeping up. Soil? Fluid ingredient shortage. Oh, is my water screwed up here? Shoot. Oh, it is. Look at that. Because of a copy and some of the stuff that messed up when I pasted over the second module. There we go. That should turn all of these on now. Hopefully this system can unblock itself. I think this one can. All right, up to the next one. What's it going to take to get this turned on? Really? I still did my math wrong on this? We need another 30? Okay. Alright, so these need power. We can bridge that there. And we can power on this whole module over here. Now this module should be powered on. Fluid ingredient shortage. Okay. Now we got to get water over. Coming through here, we see all of these. Yeah, here we go. These are the pipes we need connected. All right, so we've got water coming in, we've got soil coming out. This guy does not have CO2 yet. Yep, we gotta bring CO2 over. Okay. Gonna take a second for this to get itself running. I know you're not happy. I know. Here, I should actually disconnect that for now, until this module bootstraps itself and is self-sustaining. Whoops. Well, we can at least change some of this. We don't need... But I think we can actually pump some of the salt out of this system now. It seems like it's stalling, because all the salt has ended up on one side of the loop. I don't know how that happened, because this is designed to not let that happen, but it happened somehow. So, what I'm going to do here is just like... pump salt up here. It does seem like we've ended up with, yeah, all of it is on this side of the loop. Although, maybe that'll fix itself once we get the last module running up here. It's all on that side of the loop because the turbines are running full bore, right? And the turbines are, like, ahead of the biomass. Alright, what do you still need? Muddy sludge. Why no? Oh. I messed up, that's why. That's just water. I don't have to feel bad about voiding water. Alright, there we go. Alright, so these guys should have, yeah, muddy sludge and CO2 in them already. So what we need is we need to bring in some ash and some tree seeds to bootstrap the system. And then, yeah, these guys are all starting to make moss. So I think as soon as we start to bring moss through, this should turn on and start to get itself running. I think. Which does mean that I can go work on the second half of this now, while that sort of finishes getting itself bootstrapped. Yeah, and we still need more stuff, of course. We don't have... Oh, wow. We might have enough, We don't have water hooked up, that's for sure. There we go. Alright, we got soil started. These guys are slowly buffering. There we go. And then, yeah, same thing. We just need, like, seeds and a little bit of ash to start the loop. Oh, these guys also needed water. Oops, my bad. How do I want to do this? What a mess that I've made. Is that a problem on this side? I don't think so. I think that's just a problem because I shuffled all that stuff around over there. Yeah, this has water. Okay. There we go. Tree seedlings in. Seedlings might spoil until, like, the loop actually starts running and is spitting out plenty of ash, but, like, for now, that's fine. I'm trying to avoid going back to base for moss, although I have to go back for other missing ingredients anyway. Guess I also can grab moss from, like, down here, because we should have extra. Apparently not. Let's check this one. We should have extra. Why is this one oh! Huh. What are the chances that all of these have been one moss short this whole time, and I've had this same copy and paste error throughout every single module? 100%? 100%. Love it. I love to see it. Which one is it? This one? Yeah. That one hasn't had a chance to back up yet, but... And... that one. Okay. And it takes a few batches of logs. Okay, we didn't have quite enough ash through. Oh, maybe we will, because we're going to get more ash in. It takes a few batches of logs before these turn on, just because of how slow the inserters are and stuff. So I might have to grab a little more ash just to get that started. These systems can spare a little bit of ash. They end up turning some of their biomass into CO2. So it is fine to grab a little extra out. And yeah, these can't turn on yet. It's going to take a minute for the agar to turn into biocrud all the way down. That is normal and expected. Oh, the thing that I do want to think about, though, is I noticed when the system is running at full bore... See, this one seems okay. Well, it's just kind of sort of on the edge there, isn't it? Yeah, this one it's definitely past. All right. Let's just, like, I don't think we need that much extra length for it all to, like, have a chance to spoil. We just need to buffer a little extra. So let's do that down on all of these, just so that they can, can do that. Yep, same thing here. It's just like right on the edge of not enough space for them all to spoil in time. Okay. Hopefully that's enough buffer space for these all to spoil. We shall see. It's gonna take a minute for everything here to catch up, but Let's check. I mean, I guess the other thing I could do, which is probably easier, 0.6 a second. Yeah, let's do this right. Let's do this less stupidly. There we go. That's what we're gonna do. And of course, I'm out of power poles, because why wouldn't I be? I really should have designed this way, like, in the first place. Thought I could get away with just the belt, but alas, no. Okay. How are we doing up here? We're trying. Might have to get a little more ash into here to bootstrap this whole thing. But this should be self-sustaining at this point. Not quite. Let's see. If I could do this right, as soon as we get a burst of steam and I pull this pin, this will go from trying to run full bore to slowing down quite a bit. Hopefully. Nope, not quite there. All right, we're gonna have to leave this bridged then. That one there. Okay, what about on this side? What are we doing? What's our limiting factor? We do have a little bit running here. Yeah, I think I just need more ash to get all this started on both of those modules. So I'm gonna go to a place where I can actually collect ash, and hopefully we can get this guy bootstrapped. And all of these are going to be kind of briefly stalled out. Let's see, where can I get some ash? Oh, right here. Beautiful. Much better. Alright, I did not mean to drop that much ash into each of these. Oh, I'm also in the wrong spot. I want to be one higher. I may have just really broken this whole thing. Alright, I'm gonna have to check the ones below and make sure that they don't stall on too much ash now, because I dumped a lot more ash in there than it should really have when it's running steady state. Alright, but these should all be able to run a few times, which hopefully now will be enough to get this ash cycling into them all. Same with this one. Here, yeah, this is exactly what I was worried about. Beautiful. This is fine, because we'll just take it right up here. To help bootstrap this one. Looking good, looking good. There we go, we've got a bunch more. Bunch more fiber, a bunch more biomass moving through. That's what I want to see. Alright, I need to go down to base. I need at least a few electric poles. We might be able to collect some of those biomass power plants, maybe. When we come back up here, we can see how close we are to this thing actually turning on. I think it's close. I really think we're close. But let's just grab power poles manually here. There we go. Yeah, none of the power plants are on the way. I don't know what's missing for it to be able to make those, but... Oh. small parts. And small parts are currently... We're not getting iron, and we're not getting iron because who the heck knows? Well, because we're not doing any of our processing here. Because we don't have hot air. Yep. And this system is really not designed to run exclusively off of rails. It's designed to supplement its local production with iron from rails. So until I can get the local production fixed, we're going to have issues. So I do need to look into getting that resolved as soon as I can. Okay. We're now sitting at a nice... I mean, it thinks we can run 5-point-something gigawatts. We can't. But we can run, I don't know, 4-ish. Alright, these are now running off of ash from the loop, which is exactly what we want to see. How is this one doing? Have we backed up on ash, or did we fix it? I think we avoided breaking this one. Same over here. Did we avoid breaking it? Yes. Good. And then up here, we should also see, yes, the loop is looped. And as long as we're not backing up on biomass, we're not. I think we're okay. And then, of course, until we get more of these things built, we're not going to actually be making a lot of power there yet. Here we go, but at this side, we've got all of them turning on. Excellent. All right. So what we need to do next is fix hot air here. Hot air is blocked on... Right, saline water. So we just need to find a sink for saline water here. Or a sink for sodium hydroxide, because actually that's what's really broken. Well, actually, I think all we really need to worry about is voiding the salt water right now. Because our issue with missing hydrochloric whatever was for this build, but this build is no more. So we can, I think... I just need to drop in a... I need to switch one of these stations to, like, request niobium, and then I can feed that back down into the base where the output would have been. This belt. So I should figure that out. And then... saline water... Saline water to salt, salt to nothing useful. Saline water to soda ash regeneration solution. makes industrial solvent. Nope. Copper zinc batteries, crawdad, caravan, digosaurs, fish. No, nothing useful. So 100 saline solution and 10 sodium hydroxide. Sorry. 100 saline to 10 sodium hydroxide. 100 saline to 2 sodium hydroxide. Okay, so I can just loop the sodium hydroxide. There we go. And that just voids saline and generates other stuff. So let's grab a couple of washers. And let's go see if we can... I don't love voiding sodium hydroxide, but, like, I think this is the best way to unbrick this part of the base. So we're going to do it. All right, so if we find where we're making sodium hydroxide, here's saline water. So I can just grab, like, there and there. Yeah, this is the saline water in. So if we make saline water from hydroxide... to a second, that's blue inserters. Do we have water nearby? We do. Not there. Over here. And then the saline water in will be a top up. Oh, less than 80. And now we just need to hook up the input water. Which... here's some water. Cool. This is just gonna void all of our sodium hydroxide, actually, because of how I did this. So we actually should have split it off of this one. Yeah, let's make this less aggressive. There we go. Now the void is the lowest priority point in the loop. That'll pull saline. Because, yeah, these are pulling 100 saline water to make 2 sodium hydroxide a second. And these are pulling, well, 2 to make 20 saline water. So, yeah, it is definitely saline negative to void hydroxide this way. And that should turn this system back on, which means we have hot air again. And that will eventually, it might take a minute for everything to turn on. There we go. Iron for them all. Which means that we're no longer fully dependent on getting iron from the rail base, which I'm sure will be happy about that. Yeah. Like I said, we never really intended them all to be running off of just this iron build, so we have been actually pretty lucky that this didn't completely fall over. I'm glad we got it working. All right, so that particular crisis has been averted. We do still need to finish doing niobium on rails. That's been the to-do list item for a while now. But while we've been putting out fires, we should also check the status of, like, this. Yeah, we still need more pure sand. I'm assuming that this means that if we look up here, these things actually have had a chance to run. Okay. Completed crafts, 160 plus 180. Okay, so we've got, like, well, 0.7 times that, because these have a 30% failure chance. And I've already taken a batch of these once, so... Oh, but look at that, they're starting to peak out. So we are gonna gain an accumulation of these. Which is good to see. I think some of these things it's probably worth thinking about changing our thresholds on now that things have started bootstrapping. So our request threshold is 2, and our total requested number is 3. I'm going to do the same thing here. And I think this will be stable now that we've had a chance for everything to, like, bootstrap. Oh, and this already wanted a lot more glassware. But I don't know why, because glassware is used in exactly the same quantity as everything else. So that can be -3 as well. Over here at Science, we're blocked on solidified Sarkarus, and that's blocked on plasmids. We request plasmids up to 2 stacks, total 1 stack at a time. All right, that's our input for everything here, actually. Decayed first here. I missed that when I set this up. Where else do we make depolymerized organics? Okay, that's the only place. This one, I believe, is, yeah, Legacy. We tore that down. Alright, so we still need a bunch of biomass power plants to finish that build, but obviously the bots are not happy right now, so that'll take a minute. With iron coming through fully now, wow. How much does this make a second? Yeah, that is more than half a belt per second. Interestingly enough. How would I go about fixing that? If I had this dump into... Here, let's go see if we can fix this. Where am I? What is this? I want to be... Oh, right here. This is what I'm looking for. So if we dump in there, I don't know if 2 stack inserters is going to be enough. To keep up or not. I don't think it is. I think we're going to need 4. Yep. Oh, maybe. It's very close, is the answer. But it does seem like it is slightly faster. The two outserters are slightly faster than that machine. So I think this will allow this machine to run full bore now. The other way to fix this would have been with a loader, but I don't have the infrastructure in place to fuel loaders. So we're not going to mess with it. All right. And then this should, over time, be able to rebuffer iron. It's going to take a minute just because with this system down, we burned through a lot of it. And it's taking a little while for this system to come back online. And, you know, small parts are, yeah. Everything is broken. But we're getting there. We're getting there. That's what matters. Minor progress every day. Yeah, this is what I thought. We're out of pure sand. Pure sand does stack to 200. It's probably worth switching this station over to orange inserters, but I don't have enough of them. And I can't turn them on until I finish niobium. So let's think about finishing niobium. Let's switch this station. We'll just pull the station out. This will be a solid drop-off now. It'll request niobium. And then that'll be output, like, all right, that'll be niobium back out to the base as soon as we have the processing done on rails. Did niobium mining ever start? No. Why? We never got... We did get refined syngas. We did never get But why? Did I maybe accidentally set my request as a recipe or something down here so it doesn't know that it's the right item? No. That is the drill head. You are requesting it. Eh? Station A. 12,000. Only one drill head. Requesting 30 stacks of it. Yep. Station mode, request only. What have I done this time? Something somewhere must be a ghost. That is my theory. That I've got a... ghost station or something. None of those are ghosts. What about down here? None of these are ghosts. Well, so much for that theory. I wonder what the color on the station combinator means. Let me check the docks. Awesome. Don't think it says. I mean, I could tear this apart and rebuild the station, but somehow I don't think that's the issue. Maybe it is. All right. We're requesting drill head. Sure, we don't see any other drill, anything. Nope. Nope. Red S again. This is hooked up right? Yes, it's providing 12,000 of them. I wonder if this station is not routable to. Oh, did I mess up when I placed it here? Let's go check that. That's got to be the issue. Is I messed up my... Because that's just such a weird position. I thought I had pushed the station high enough up that the rails connected, but now that I'm looking at it closely... All right. Was that the issue? Who knows? That does seem to think it's connected, though. Train limit is 3, that's fine. Oh! This is a requester station. Okay, I'm an idiot. Yeah, this is a requester station. God. Pickup station. There's your problem. Provide only. Now we should pretty much immediately get scheduled. There it is. All right. Cool. Okay. Twitch is telling me that it is time for an ad break again. I'm going to let the ad break run. When we get back from that, I think it is time to finally do the niobium processing. And then we'll be able to fully turn the mall back on. Because I think the niobium has been blocking blue and orange inserters, probably big power poles as well. So we got to get niobium plate coming in. So that is our next task. I think I already have all the stuff for it. So we'll just have to get the build done. So I'll see everyone in just about 3 minutes. And yeah. Welcome back, everybody. I realized, really too late, well, not quite too late, that we had used some of the ball mills and stuff for the Niobium build for power, getting power fixed. So which still not fixed, by the way. Alright, let's check the status of all these. Changing how we buffer biocrud, yeah, could have caused some problems for some of them. So we do want to make sure that that's looking good. And we want to make sure that we didn't back up on ash on the ones that we... Yeah, see, this is backing up on biomass, so we got to pull some ash out of this. Biocrud looks good here. This one's doing okay on ash, though. I'm not worried about that one. And then last one here. What's that? A bitumen seep. Oh, interesting. So you can build over that, but can't build over anything else. Alright, this one hasn't started... Yeah, no, it's been going a little bit. It does have biocrud to several of these. Okay. So we're still waiting for biocrud to accumulate and be passed out here. There it goes. And that should help this one run a little bit better. How's ash? Again, ash looks good. And then over here, yeah, we only have 3 of these. Well, now 4 of these. So we need 8 more of these to really turn this plant on. But it does look like we've got the biocrud. We've got, I mean, Hard to tell with... Add that ash that I grabbed from the other one over to this one. But with the fiber backed up, we're not necessarily getting ash through, which is okay, right? Like, this whole system is going to buffer a bunch of logs and a bunch of other stuff, so that's fine. But it's also, you know, spending a bunch of power running itself. Ooh, that needs to be disconnected. That might be part of the problem. Yeah, it has to be able to run itself before it runs the rest of the system, which it should be able to do. But with, you know, like a quarter of its total capacity missing, it's going to be a little bit less than ideal. I think I can probably get rid of this, because I think we have enough salt buffered. Alright, so other than needing another 8 biomass power plants, this does seem like it's working. So that is at least a good thing. Why do I only have 6 lights? There we go. 8 of them. I guess I can't quite have all 8 of them in bot range. Okay, doesn't matter. Let's get this niobium processing built. And how's... I guess before I do that, one other thing. How is this stuff doing? Stopped. Yeah, we're out of petri dishes again. Haven't quite backed up into this yet, but very close. Science has been running, but is no longer, or will stop shortly. Because we are out of... Oh, no, we're not. We still have lots of plasmids. Okay, so green Sci... Logi-Sci is running. Automation Sci is not running because we don't have planter boxes, and I know that planter boxes are broken. We're not making enough stone brick, of all things. And then... Don't know where I did Pi Science 1. Pi Science 1 is not getting basic substrate, and basic substrate is also petri dishes, right? Yes. Yep. So everything's broken with petri dishes being broken. So once we fix niobium and we are able to make, you know, blue and orange inserters again, we've got to fix... Here, let's get the to-do list. Niobium, and then below that is more pure sand. Arthropod blood sink, question mark? How is arthropod blood? We're probably full of it. We are 3/4 of the way towards needing an arthropod blood sink. All right. So that's going to become a problem eventually for science. All right. Otherwise, this does seem like it's doing okay. We need more Arcod Venom, but we should be slaughtering them, right? Yep. All right. Yeah, all of that seems fine. We need stone bricks for the automation science pack, and we really just have got to fix glass. Cool. Let's get this Niobium build done. Let's look over at YAFC again real quick. Just because I've already forgotten what I'm doing. We don't need this part. Okay. So, we need to bring in, 6 fluids, plus, well, no, not drill heads, because we're not doing the mining. Alright. 5 fluids, lamps, and the niobium ore. And we have 3 different byproducts and niobium plate. So that is 6 total stations, which is fine. That's just a normal rail build. We can do it kind of wherever. I guess we can do it right here. We have space. Using almost half a gigawatt just on orange inserters. Oh my goodness. And all these electrolyzers. A lot of these are voiding muddy sludge, and I might be able to find a better muddy sludge void. But yeah, and then it's not even close after that, is it? You know, electric boilers or whatever. Arc furnaces, radars. That is hilarious. Am I out of landfill? No, the bots are just being slow. Are we in... No, we're not in base RoboPort coverage here. I wanted to make sure that, like, that build hadn't been assigned to a construction bot from the base, because those are particularly slow. Alright, we're going to have a solid drop-off here, and a fluid drop-off across from it here. These are going to be... Oop, I need stations. Alright. We're going to have a whole bunch of fluids in, so... Let's get that ready to go. How many fluids in do we have? I've already forgotten. 5. All right. Our inputs are... I know one of them is saline water. One of them is hydrogen. One of them is chlorine. One of them is organic solvent. And the last one is nitrogen. All right. And then get all of our requests in. Okay. And then this side, we need the niobium ore. And the... what? Lamp. All right. So we need just half a lamp a second, along with our hydrogen and our chlorine. That feeds 2 chemical labs, making the hydrogen chloride. So we'll do that first, because it's just kind of down here out of the way. These have a chance of recycling their lamp, so I want to make sure that we do that correctly. Lamp. Alright, they end up at the top. That's fine. Input priority right. Sorry, left. And then we're going to have our 2... oh, these are big. 1, 2 of these. Making hydrogen chloride. Chlorine and hydrogen to come down here. Chlorine, hydrogen. There we go. A little bit of pipe swizzling, but we got it. All right, so that'll make the hydrogen chloride, which is not used in the first step, but I just wanted to get it done first. Okay, so the first step, if we look at YAFC here, this is basically backwards. Niobium ore goes into 3 jaw crushers, which make the powder and the stone. All right. So let's take... we've got like half a belt, or we'll do this. Good, a bunch of lamp. Just what I wanted. So this is 3 jaw crushers. Doing processed... one of these is going to be niobium. That's 2.85 a second. Ouch. All right, so that'll be 2 inserters. Really, it's like 3 yellow inserters is the... Sure, let's do that. Not that it really matters, but... Okay. And then these are going to have, as output, a total of 2 items a second. All right. I might have to reroute that. We'll see. I think we probably have enough molten salt up in those loops that I don't have to mess with it. Solid pickup station here. And that makes a grand total of 1.5 stone a second. So just a few gray inserters. And this is going to be a byproduct station, so it needs to be high priority. All looks good signal-wise so far. All right, and then outputs of these. Then we have the, what is this? Niobium powder, and that goes into 4 ball mills. To make fine breaking of niobium ore that makes the dust and the gravel. There we go. So each of these will take potentially 1 input and make a total of 2.4 output thingies. So that's, we'll just do 3 yellow inserters. Weird ratios throughout niobium. That's just how it's gonna be. All right. And then if we grab another solid pickup station here. Again, this is a byproduct. Gravel on the left. How much gravel do we make in total? Again, 1.5 per second. All right. And then the rest goes into 2 classifiers, which are going to make what I'm actually going to do. Because we're kind of up at the top here. So if we filter gravel out left, we're going to kind of loop back around the outside here. Because we're going to have another byproduct pickup, right? For the next thing that comes out of it. And then the last station will be the niobium itself. All right. So this is going to be 2 classifiers. Ooh, wait. I just realized something. We're making 7.5 niobium dust plus 1.5 gravel. Yeah, I can already see that it's stalling. There we go. Split these between the two halves of the belt. All right. Now we come up here. 2 classifiers. Oh, and apparently these have poop chutes. Excellent. I always love a good poop chute. Niobium concentrate. 3.75 items in. And then their output. Right down here. Output priority left is sand. We are going to have one more solid pickup that's going to be our actual output. All right, and I am out of blue inserters, which is less than ideal, but... All right, so the next step after the classifier is that goes into 2 chemical plants along with hydrogen chloride and organic solvent, and that makes niobium complex. Niobium complex from organic solvent and hydrogen chloride. All right. So we need to get both of those routed out of... I am an idiot. All right. I always do this. Every single time I do this. That's fine. We'll get that fixed in a second. Let's get these hooked up first. Oh, and I decided that this reaches better with chemical plants if they're adjacent to each other, right? And by this, I mean power. And the answer is yes, I did decide that. Right, that will be the hydrogen chloride in. And then the other one of these is organic solvent. Which will be here. All right. And that outputs this, whatever this is called, the niobium complex. Up. Each of these pulls in... Well, it's going to be 2.5 items a second. Okay. We'll do that. Okay. and power all of that. The next step with the niobium complex is 4 more chemical plants, which takes in the nitrogen alongside it and spits out niobium oxide. Okay. All right, so there's 4 of those. We're going to output a total of 10 niobium oxide. So again, that's like 2.5 a second. Do our 3. And then we intentionally left a gap for this belt to come down. And then this needs to be hooked up to nitrogen in. That's why I was not too worried about this train that was stuck here, because I knew. There we go. It would be gone soon. As long as this next train isn't also nitrogen, we'll be okay. All right. So this all needs power. And then the oxide needs to join a whole crap load of salt, actually. All right. We're going to have to do some... We've got 3 evaporators making salt, and each of those evaporators is going to be making a lot of salt. So we'll have to figure that out when we get to it. Which I guess is now, actually. Now is when we get to it. So... Alright, come over here. We'll get these evaporators going. Yeah, the issue is evaporators are small. Which I knew. Yeah, how do we get... Well, actually... Yeah, that's fine. Get rid of those. All right, so we have 3 of these, each feeding like 11 items a second. And that needs to come up to electrolyzers along with the Niobium oxide. And then all of that as an output goes here. So these electrolyzers, here they are. Gonna be like here. Making the niobium plates, right? We're gonna have a lot of salt in. Each of them are gonna be like this. And we're gonna have 3 banks of that, basically. And then we're also going to have our niobium oxide in, which is 1 from each of these. All right. And then output, I'm hopeful that 1.1 items can be squeezed in on a red outserter. Oh, no. That's unacceptable. Here. Let's grab this whole thing. Bring it down 1. That way, we line up right here. Okay. Now we just need power. All right, we're still waiting for hydrogen and organic solvent. We have an organic solvent train. I'm surprised I haven't seen a hydrogen train yet. I may have a bad hydrogen sink configuration somewhere, so we're not, like, buffering as much as we should be. Now the question is, do I have enough blue inserters to finish this build? Because I'm pretty sure I can't make blue inserters without niobium. That is a thing. Where am I? And where am I trying to be? 0 blue inserters available. Okay. Cool. Love to see it. Yeah, here we go. Ooh, didn't realize I had a little bit. Here, let's not turn them into orange inserters. But this will try to make some blue inserters for me. It's not going to be many. All right. We'll come back to that. Yeah, where can I use yellows instead of blues in this build. That's my current thought process. Obviously, we can, like, scrounge blues from stations. Kind of minimize what we need to put down here. Oops. As long as at least a few of the machines can turn on, I think we're going to be okay, and we'll be able to start producing niobium again. But we need hydrogen. I'm shocked that we don't have hydrogen. Or saline water, for that matter. How do we not have saline water? We have lots of saline water. Oh, this has a train limit of 1, so it's only dispatching one thing at a time. I should have bumped this up when it was, like, doing initial fill. Doesn't matter now, because the hydrogen's gonna run, but... Okay. Now we should have the last thing dispatched, which will be... Nope, that's more hydrogen. Cool. Bump up the train limit. Now it's getting saline water sent over. Okay. So with hydrogen and chlorine, though, we are getting... this needs its input priority inverted, and we don't have an output priority. Thank you. Well, I mean, I guess if I do this, it won't store... Alright, so that's making hydrogen chloride. So these guys should be running. These should be starting to turn on. And they are. And then the next ones aren't running because we need salt. Nope, here comes saline water, I hope. It looked like saline water. It is saline water, okay. Will these run with just... No, the answer is no. Okay. And that is Niobium running again. All right. Love to see it. So now, I mean, I can hand deliver more niobium to get blue inserters going again, but I think it should take care of itself at this point. This is more niobium than we were making before, so I'm not, like, terribly worried about it. As soon as the rails get around to making the delivery, the whole thing should be in pretty good shape. Blue inserters. 17 of them. We did not get that many. Hopefully this is enough to at least... I know all the byproduct, like, output stations are still going to be low throughput, but hopefully this is at least enough to turn on the full processing. Yes. Cool. And we're already out of saline water. Excellent. How much saline water per... 333 saline water a second. Okay, maybe we need a better way of feeding salt to this than via saline water. This might be a silly build. I'll have to look at what other ways of making salt I have. I guess we do also have... I mean, it's all down here, though. I might be able to route it out. The saline that I'm currently voiding in this base. Like... that could very easily be fed up to the niobium, right? I must have been doing that at some point. If I find where I was running niobium. I have salt here. Oh, this is just coming in from a salt mine over here. Yeah. Which will dump out 14 a second, except it won't. Which is like half of what the niobium needs. So if I wanted to, I could route this belt of salt up here. And that would help our ridiculous requirements for this build. All right. I think that's, I mean, quote-unquote, done. It's obviously not running super efficiently yet. We need more... we need a lot more saline water coming into it. 30 salt a second is a lot for me right now. Yeah, it pretty much does have to come from saline water. It's just, how do we keep the saline water, keep it coming? I might have to run a pipeline even. Just, I don't know if running this off of rails is sufficient. All right. Niobium on rails is done-ish. I'm gonna keep hand feeding niobium plates down to the mall until I get enough blue inserters to go finish all of the stations up there. How many do we need? What are we missing here? 12, 24, 36, 48. We need like 50. We have 30. Okay. All right, while we're waiting for that, let's grab some lamps. Lamp? Lamp. Oh, we got our biomass power plants as well finally built. Excellent. We can go finish that. But I was going to take advantage of this little bit of downtime to... I rebuilt the follower and subscriber thingy, but... Oh, that is just not centered at all. I like this. There we go. Now it's centered. I rebuilt this, but I didn't put lights back on it. It looks awful. So... actually do that. See how good of a job I did spacing things out here. Not at all. I did an awful job. Okay. Oh, and this is like an even center too. Okay. Okay, I think that we'll have to do. Let's see how we can best get power to everything here. Okay, there we go. I think that should do the trick. So that we can see everyone's names. We can see... We will have light for everything. All right. Hopefully that's good. And then I think I also want to do... like one more set of lights. There. Is that centered? Not quite. It needs to come over there. There we go. Now we're centered. And we can get rid of some of these nasty wires that are in bad places. Okay. That should do it. And the other thing we can do is we did get those 8 biomass power plants that we needed, so let's go drop those off. And then hopefully... Oh, actually, yeah, we've got 50 inserters, so we can also go... We could replace all the inserters that I stole from the various parts of the Niobium build to get it running. Oh, yep, we're backed up on salt. Of course we're backed up on salt. What else would we be backed up on? Alright, I think this is good. Other than, you know, being backed up on salt. Let's drop off these power plants here. Yeah, that should be... This is a little concerning, but remember that the other half of this module has been off, which means that these are running at a higher duty cycle than they would have been, so I think we'll have time for this to, like, accrue biocrud soon. That's the hope, anyway. We check these ones down here, we do see that they have been able to slowly accumulate, yeah, biocrud inside them. And I would expect that to be the case for all of them. Yeah, except for the one that was overstressed. And the only reason that was overstressed is because those other biomass plants weren't there. So this should be able to run at a much lower duty cycle now. But it might take a minute for it all to kind of balance itself out and realize that it can run at a lower duty cycle. All right, we're running at 3 out of what it claims to be 5 gigawatts. I'm not 100% sure that that is our, like, actual power production capacity. We have a few more turbines than we can actually run, technically. I think each of these modules is like 2.8 turbines or something like that. All right, how is... I'm going to assume everything over here is still not getting petri dishes. Actually, some things got some petri dishes. Kind of bursty, but they got them. Are we running? I think we're actually running here. Oh, yep, there's a couple. Excellent. That is really good to see. I'm assuming glass is still foobar, but... Yeah, looks like I got here right when a delivery of sand happened, but, like, clearly it's not actually keeping up in the sort of general case. So this is turning on and off as it gets pure sand deliveries, which I guess is what we should have expected. But it is slowly, like, catching up on all of these pieces of glass that have needed to be rebuffered. So that is good. All right. How about this? This did run some. It's running out of dishes again. That's not surprising. This whole thing runs about 1 petri dish a second, so... How much am I actually making in my glass build? That's a question. 10 machines. So at full capacity, this makes 2 petri dishes a second. And we burn through one of them just making basic substrate. So we might need more petri dishes at some point. We don't ever get a better recipe for them. Hopefully we get a better recipe for... We're using the best recipe for empty petri dishes. Okay, there's nothing I can do about this except get better buildings to increase our speed. Wow. All right. Okay. I wanted to check on saline water production. The reason for that... Yeah. We're very currently processing limited on these. These make 14 a second with productivity, which is like a whole freaking belt. And they should be able to dump that all to one side of a belt. That's fine. But these only consume 20 a second, and we make almost 30. So we need, like... that. I do, for some reason, have a couple of washers in my inventory, so we can wander over there and get that built. I don't think making more saline water is, like, the only thing that we have to do. Obviously, the whole way that we're using that much saline water for the niobium build is absurd. But, like, at least we can unbottleneck this, right? That's the... Alright. This has still not managed to... Let's do... enable when everything equals 0. Is that what I want? And that way only this gasoline will get used? Oh, that didn't work. All right, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. But also, these don't have enough inserter capacity. Yeah. And then the other thing that I want to do... Ooh, how do I want to do that? Let's... grab a fluid pickup. We'll put it here. What we're going to do... We're going to grab a pump. All right, no trains at this stop. Beautiful. All right, that is voided at this point. And then if we go forward here, clear all of this stuff. You get a train limit of like 3 with some signals. Like here. Where's my signal spacing? There we go. So now this can stack trains. So we should be able to make significantly more saline water. I need a few more blue inserters to actually turn this all the way on, which hopefully we've made back at base. I know this running back and forth is kind of the most boring way to play the game, but when we're in bug fixing mode, there's not a lot I can do about it. It's just kind of one thing at a time, seeing what I need to do, right? Alright, and Twitch is telling me that it wants to run an ad, so we're going to go ahead and let Twitch run its ad break. That'll be about a 3-minute break. While that's running, I'm just going to go ahead and deliver these inserters. Where are you going? Deliver these inserters down to the salt build, just to finish getting that fixed. And then we will see what the next thing that's broken is. It probably is going to need to be pure sand to get glass running at full capacity. I don't think I can avoid that much longer. So that'll probably be the build when we come back. I will see everyone in just a few minutes. Oh, maybe I'm not doing this during the break. Maybe I'm done before the break. All right. Okay, there's still another 20 or 30 seconds on the ad break according to Twitch, but I did want to just pop back in since I'm back and see how things are going here. We're still stalling on saline water, which, like, is expected. This sucks down huge amounts of saline water. And then the... Yeah, okay. So we gotta get more salt to this. I think we can do that in a couple of ways. One is we do have a belt of salt somewhere around here. This one. Which is currently just buffering molten salt for the next time I need to expand the power plant. And then we do also have saline water coming from the hot air build somewhere. This one? Which right now I'm voiding over here, right, with this horrible sodium hydroxide loop. But we could just as easily... well, maybe not easily. We could try to get that routed up here and feed it in directly. And both of those would help this run more consistently. I don't know if it's super necessary long-term. It's... What's really actually surprising here is that I'm not doing more, like, tar quenching, right? Because this dumps out a ton of saline water, but I'm not finding tar as a byproduct that often right now. Like, I'm not getting enough... I'm not getting enough tar. You know, fueling everything has been a challenge. Actually, I could check on fuels while I'm thinking about it. There we go. That's good to see. Look at that. Diesel and... Diesel and benzene available. Fantastic. Okay. Yeah, I think Petri dishes are still going to be our major issue. We need another bunch of these before it fully makes a stack of them. This actually wants an order of Petri dishes, but it hasn't gotten it for some reason. I'm not sure why. This is probably going to stall now. It might be able to make... Well, it might. It has to be able to get all 10 dishes before the ones inside spoil, which is always a challenge, and it will start to stall out as the number of... as the backed up sort of line of dishes slows down. Okay. What else are we looking at? It's up here. Oh, that's picking up basic substrate. That's fine. Science up here is blocked on Arcod honey. That's not supposed to happen. I mean, we've got 46. Oh. When did I do that? How did I do that? Okay, let's go fix that. I was deeply concerned that my bees had broken in some way because they make way more honey than science up here can consume. So we should never have run into a situation where we were out of that. Doesn't look like we did. It looks like I just messed up some pipes. All right. Cool. And then the other thing this is running off of is, I think the remaining good alien samples are, yeah, it's just the ones that are in the machines. These were some that I hand-fed good alien samples with some of the first primers that got made, just to, like, test the whole process. And you can see there are still some more good alien samples down here. But they do need... we will need another couple of deliveries of primers for this to actually start. Probably 2 deliveries, 2 stacks. Because I think each delivery here should just be like 1 stack, right? Yeah, request threshold, 1 stack. And we're sitting at half a stack here. So we need a lot more of these to get made. I really didn't think Petri dishes, of all things, were going to become my my nemesis, but they certainly have. Yep, yeah, we're totally stalled. We're loading a train. All right. I think what I'm going to have to do is get... I need to double this. I don't have a choice. I need to double it. And I hate having to do that. But I don't think I have any choice. Oh! And we're backing up on biomass. That shouldn't happen. I have biomass sinks. Yeah, it's low priority, which is fine because it's a sink. But I'm surprised that we're sitting with it this empty with the other one so full. Maybe it's a train limit issue? Whoops, I did not mean to hit tab there. So we're burning that. This should already have dispatched another train. Yes. It is a long way away, which might be part of the problem. Yep, this is already backing up. And this is only supposed to be, I mean, I've only got 3 inserters here, so this is supposed to be like less than half a belt of biomass coming through. And it's backing up way further than it ought to. So that is a bad sign. What I might have to do is just set the train limit here to 2. That way there's going to be one unloading and another one dispatched. That should help with keeping this cleared, even with this station just set to a train limit of 1. Because as soon as this gets sent to its delivery, it'll start pulling. It should, yeah, request another train. No trains with this stop. Come on, CyberSyn, figure it out. Or we just sit here. All right, we have finally started pulling the other half of this. Oh, this was so far backed up, though. Why is it not sending another train here? I did change the train limit on this one, right? Yes, train limit 2. Oh, you know what? I bet. There we go. So this wasn't allowed to request more than 1 train. There we go. That was the issue. And then this one, I think, can be set to 1. I'm worried that we're gonna run out of biomass here. We're not gonna buffer it right or something, but you know what? We need to get this cleared out, because sand is an issue. I probably should change this over to orange inserters at this station, just to get the train loaded more quickly. And if it can be believed that each of these outputs is only half a belt at present, then I think I can take this whole thing and duplicate it. I am going to want to change this over to orange inserters, but Yeah, if 3 blues is enough, then that means that I can put twice as much stuff in each of these. So we will do that. And that'll be like... that. These aren't going to line up perfectly. I'm just going to accept that. I'll put this like here. And hopefully that'll be a position that I can get everything sort of fed together into this system. All right, what do I need as far as... I need 12 washers. I need 8 solid separators. I need 4 secondary crushers. I need 8 electrolyzers. Sorry, let's add all of this stuff. I don't know if I believe my numbers. Let's double check this. 12 of those, yep. 8 of those. 4 of those. 8 of those. And then 16 soil extractors. All right. Let's go double the pure sand build. And hopefully, well, no, we won't have any orange inserters at the base yet. Because I temporarily disabled them to make sure that I could rebuffer blue inserters, and then forgot to turn them back on. We also still have not gotten a delivery of niobium, so there's that. Oh, the first delivery is like now. Okay, cool. Nope. And they're charging. Everything is charging. I need one more washer. I need one more. Okay. Those are both probably charging somewhere. There's the washer. Do I have the stuff for this? No. Not even a little bit. Steel. Steel. There we go. Solid separator. All right, let's go get this doubling of the pure sand build done. This is almost certainly going to break other things downstream, but we can always expand our other byproduct processing, so... Okay, I'm gonna need more water. And then we do need to hook it up. This is the water out. And that is this. Which will take out this side now. Then the water in. There. I probably should have mirrored this, but that's okay, I'll figure it out. Alright, we're gonna do this here. We're gonna clean out some of this. Oh no, that won't work. That won't work. Put it all back. We do want to bring both of these into one, but it has to... Basically, these need to be switched to stack inserter ins. All through here, here. There we go. Yeah, and then of course this will need to be switched over to stack inserter output as well. Which I guess I could just do now. I should just do that. I should just take this whole station apart and do that. Okay, there we go. So there's our two halves of that here. Obviously, we need a lot more orange inserters. And then this is going to be basically, we're going to pull in two belts. But I might have to be the inserters for a little while here until I can get those orange inserters resolved. Okay, so there's our two main outputs. We've got one of these somewhere. That's water. Oh, which means that we do need to get water in somewhere. Guess here. Okay. Now, the other things that need to come out are... There we go. And then on this side, same thing. There we go. And then these will need to be now a full belt of output. All right. That, I think, is the build to double this. We can plug it in, although it's not going to work right, so... But we can at least see if parts of it start to turn on. Well, no, they won't, because I don't have any of the inserters that I need here. Okay, so I need like 100 inserters, I need heaps of belts, I need a lot of stuff. Hopefully the mall got its delivery of niobium that we were expecting. The answer is yes. But we're still catching up here. Do I not request? That's weird. I think all of those buildings are like extras at this point. Yeah, I mean, I think we're kind of waiting on inserters, right? There's not a lot that we can do until more of those show up. We need like 20 orange inserters plus 26 orange inserters plus like 100 blue inserters. What did I just do there? All right. Yeah, like 100 blue inserters. All right, well, let's go drop off what we can. I think it's going to take the... it's going to take a little while for blue and orange inserters to rebuffer. We kind of went through a lot of them while the system was offline. But now that it's back, like, those inserters are our main use of niobium. So we're not going to use a heap of it, I don't think. All right. So this system should at least be able to... This side can keep running now at the bare minimum, right? That's an important step. Yeah, we still need like 70 inserters. But this side should be able to run at least as soon as it can get itself fully drained here. And I think all this will fit on a half belt because, like, we were using three inserters before, and that's a half belt. So we just have to wait for the there's a lot that's still draining out of this system, so it'll take a minute, I think, for this to actually be back down to a half a belt. But it should be doable. All right. And then, yeah, stack inserters feeding this. No trains with this stop. Why? Oh, because you're not connected. All right. All right, yeah, we are slowly working through this whole backlog of biomass and course fraction. It's just taken a while. And that is okay. A train is stuck. Wow. Yeah, it is stuck. Let's go fix that. Apparently that's always been broken, and it's just taken until now for this station to be backed up enough. Which I guess makes sense. Fetal serum is a pretty low quantity thing. Oh, wow. It was literally just like, it took one pump's worth of, just a few hundred to get that train out of the way. Oh, I did the same thing. Oh, that's hilarious. I did the same thing with artificial blood, and I didn't fix fetal serum when I came over here. Why am I like this? Alright, so... we need a bunch of inserters here still, obviously. Does this allow 2 requests? Yes, it does. And there are currently 2 trains with the stop. There we go. Now there's 1, but it should issue another one as long as there's enough to be able to be picked up at this station. And there may not be. There is not. That's why we're doubling it. What do I need here? 6, 12, 16 orange inserters. All right. Plus blue inserters. Oh. No small parts for blue inserters? Uh-oh. How did that happen? What? Why is this running? Oh my freaking... This is fine. Let's stop that machine. So that answers what's using automation science packs, because they get used for the Digosaurs. Wow. That's just deeply upsetting how many Digosaurs I have. That is... too many Digosaurs. I forgot that I still had that running, to be honest. We do need to increase how many Digosaurs we have, because Nexilid is still, like, bottlenecked. We need to double this build. But I'm worried we don't make enough meat for that. Yeah, they're already running out of meat again. So, there's, oh, and I mean, we're... okay. We're backed up on the Nexilid, which means that Nexilid processing isn't keeping up. Surprisingly. Yeah. We're caught up on Nexilid. This is stopped on antimony. Why are we stopped on antimony? No fiber? No fiber. Yeah. I've been worried about fiber. I've talked about being worried about fiber. Yeah. We're gonna need more fiber on rails. It might behoove me to try to take, you know, this... whatever percentage of this is actually the fiber build, which I guess is like here. little further over. And see if I can build like 4 of these somewhere and feed them all into one train station. Just find a spot where I have a ton of available space and make huge amounts of fiber happen. Question is, how is this supposed to get small parts? Ah, it comes in alongside the yellow inserters on this belt. Okay. Oh, yep, there it is. Small parts are stopped on copper? But why... Why no copper? Copper's been stable for dozens of hours. Oh, it's probably fiber, isn't it? No, these have fiber. What do you need? Tailings. We're backed up on tailings. Ooh. That's bad. That's real bad if my tailings processing is totally backed up. That should be impossible. Yep, tailings dust, totally backed up. I was going to say, we should always be able to at least dump it into Nexilate, but nope. And then the other tailings processing, I assume, is backed up on something. Well, there's coal dust. Oh, I need to add the coal dust void configuration to this. And actually, that would help, because this is apparently is... Yeah, because this separates the tailings dust. So yeah, let's find coal. Let's find the coal build. Here it is. Grab this stuff. And then if I go to tailings here, we want to do same thing. So let's head down there. I think I probably have the combinators. If not, I can make them. That'll get tailings unbroken. She'll get copper unbroken. And then I guess I need to do separation of tailings dust. Turn alt mode off so I can see. Yeah, that is a ghost. Alright, so that'll void this, and that'll unblock getting tailings in here. What I should do... I don't know if I have the space here to try to get another station in. Is I should switch this from overflowing here to having its own drop-off station and having a void input, right? Although, this makes a whole belt, so... Conceivably, we're, Alright, here we go. That'll get this voided. Yay! Alright. And then this is ash separation. Cool. How's this been going, by the way? Not a lot of silver. But I guess all of that silver has been turned into the fetal serum, so, you know. And then we've buffered way too much of it up here. Or I don't even know how I'm going to use that. I mean, yes, that is hooked up to our creature chamber, so that is where things will come from when we want to make new alien life critters, but... Alright. Well, we need another... We need more tailings dust separation to unblock this Nexolite production. More pure sand is... I mean, it's not done, but... tailings dust from Nexolite needs to be our priority. Alright, but hopefully this will at least get... Yeah, enough tailings moving through now. And that should get copper unborken. Interestingly, no. Ah, we're getting it delivered from somewhere else. Alright, yeah, tailings has been broken for a while then. We're getting tailings from a different station than copper, unfortunately. Oh, that's awful. That means it's going to take quite a while for tailings to, like, catch up. Oh, this one's not bad, though. This one's only sitting at, like, 90,000 tailings. Still. I'm going to set the train limit on this to 2 for now. Just so that it tries a little bit harder to... I guess we do have... Yeah, we have space for a train to queue up there. But also, fluid trains drain super quickly, so... And these use liquid tailings pretty quickly as well. Okay. And then hopefully, like, the tin and titanium don't back up. But I think we've mostly kept these empty. These are priority sources. So those should stay clear. All right. Yeah, this is looking good. This is looking good. This is looking good. So we are going to catch up on tailings. It's going to take a little while, unfortunately. But we will catch up on them. This just needs inserters to turn on fully. Well, and inserters to run. But inserters are waiting on copper, which is waiting on tailings catching up, right? Yeah, we're all totally blocked up on small parts here. Lovely. I could unblock copper by just dropping another couple of tanks temporarily on it. That would allow it to buffer more tailings while the trains are going around trying to get the tailings out of the rest of the base. It's not like ideal, but it'll get things running again. How about that? That's what matters. There we go. We should see everything turning back on. Molten copper. Which means this will turn on shortly. All right. That was awful. That is really frustrating when things like that back up, but like at least we're finding the bottlenecks, right? That's the way we're going to look at it. All right, and these are more There we go. That is good to see. That is a whole bunch of petri dishes. So this should be turning itself on soon. How are we doing down here? How many do we have buffered? 56. All right, well. Yeah, this is buffering well, actually, finally. I expected it to. I knew that we had enough production capacity here to keep up with things. It's just a matter of rubber being a slow process. Rubber is still a slow process. It is running full speed, though. Okay. I mean, I think we're just kind of waiting on... I mean, we need things to turn back on as they get fixed, right? We need copper to kind of get fully running, and then we need that to actually make it to a delivery to the main base, because there's going to be multiple, probably, requesters for copper as it buffers. Maybe not. Maybe we'll get lucky and it'll go to the belt base right away. But I'm not usually that lucky. And then once we get copper, it's going to take a while for the belt base to fully get itself running again. So I think I'm going to call it here for today. Next week, we will... I mean, we got to keep looking for bottlenecks, right? That is the name of the game right now, is bottlenecks. So whatever we can do to fix things when they go wrong. You know, once this gets up to like a full stack and can feed the good alien samples, like this will always be running slowly. That's just the way it works. It runs slowly. But it will... Ooh, excellent. This also got dishes. Excellent. You know, if petri dishes are no longer as much of a bottleneck, then it will run more consistently, and it'll be able to, you know, send a stack of things over here every once in a while. And that's all it needs, is a stack every once in a while. Yeah, apparently I turned this off so we wouldn't buffer like thousands and thousands and thousands of DNA polymerase, so that's fine. That'll run when it needs to. Yeah, we're getting there. We're really close, I think, to this space actually, like, turning itself on for real. I know I've said that a few times, but... Wait. Oh, wait. No. Okay. That's just the science usage meter. I panicked. I thought this decayed. Oh my god. Alright, it does not decay. That's fine. Alright, thanks everybody who's tuned in. I really appreciate it. Next week, we're gonna keep fixing bugs. We're in bug squashing mode. And we'll see if we can start making progress on some early science. I've got salt and salt accessories queued up here because I know that's going to be a helpful thing. We might want worker robot speed. That'll certainly help. And we're going to have to go through here and like decide, yeah, belt capacity for stacked things. This could break things, probably. But... you know, I want to start working towards red circuits because I think they're going to be interesting to work on, mostly. Here we go. Integrated Circuits 1, Electronic Stage 2. Yep. This is going to be an interesting, complex production chain for us to get going. So, this is what we want to be working towards, I think, early on. Yeah, and that also gets us red belts, that gets us bulk inserters. It apparently gets us nuclear, so... Electric furnace, heat exchanger, and steam turbine. All right. Oh, I'm getting distracted. All right. Well, thanks, everybody. Thanks if you're watching on YouTube. If you are watching on YouTube and want to watch live, there's a link to my Twitch down below in the doodly-doo. And if you want to do anything to feed the algorithm, that is also always appreciated. It really does help small channels like mine. Tomorrow is Friday, which is wildcard game day. I have not decided what I want to do yet. Might be shapes, because I really enjoyed shapes. Or it might be something else. I have not fully decided. So yeah, I'll see y'all next time, and thanks again.